Hey there, good afternoon ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. It is Monday, May 22nd. It is a beautiful summery day over here in the Netherlands. I'm standing alongside the polderbaan, currently in use as has been the last couple of days for departures. I'm standing a bit further out where I'm also standing when the landings take place, so that we can see the rotations more up close. Goedemiddag Marius en Cafe Spotter. Doodleman, goedemiddag. Studio Yaya, good afternoon. Dave A110, 010. Goedemiddag, good afternoon. Remco, goedemiddag. Hartelijk welkom allemaal. A warm welcome to each and every one of you. We're awaiting the first airplane to come this way. If I'm not mistaken, as of this moment, polderbaan should be the only runway in use again for departures. 360 center has also been used on and off as a secondary runway for departures. I think it is going to reopen again later in the afternoon. Basically the same pattern that has been going on over the last week now. At the moment, the wind, what wind there is, there's hardly any wind actually. What wind there is, oh, and I do see that there is an airplane departing from center. So hard to see with the ambient lighting. Further out, should be here somewhere. Huh. It is quite bright over here, even though the sun is not directly illuminating my camera screen. It is a bit hard to see the airplane. There's hardly any wind at the moment. The weather is almost like a mirror. Smoke further out from the chimney is rising more or less vertically. What wind there is blowing from the northeast, but it's hardly any wind at the moment. Hey there Hanema, hey there Dr. O, hey there Livia, Yorkshire, good afternoon. Tina, good afternoon. Erwin, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Hope everybody is doing well. At the moment it is 21 degrees centigrade over here, so that is approximately 72-ish Fahrenheit. Yeah, let me show you guys the big picture. This is to the north. There are a few friendly clouds in the sky, but it is mostly blue sky. This is pointing to the east, land inward. This is the south. To the west there are a bit more clouds. This is in the direction of the North Sea. It isn't a whole lot. Hey Gosse, goedemiddag. Hey Wendy, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Hope everybody is doing alright on this Monday afternoon. There are a couple of planes underway. If I look at flight radar, the first airplane to arrive on the scene is going to be a Boeing 737-900 from KLM outbound to Lisbon. It seems that next is going to be an Embraer 175 outbound to Nuremberg, an Embraer 190 outbound to Manchester. But there are also a 777 and Dreamliner 10 outbound to Sao Paulo and LAX respectively on their way. Now, in terms of birds, it's quiet. At the moment, this is the only bird I'm spotting. A bit further out. Here in the immediate vicinity I don't see any birds, aquatic birds or normal birds. Maybe they are hiding from the sun somewhere. And yes, I saw that the A380 just landed on runway 27, currently also in use for arrivals together with the Kaagbaan. So this is one of the airplanes that is coming. We can see them nicely. The taxi route to the polderbaan. Hey there, Michael Jackson. Good morning. Checking in from Kansas. Hope you're doing well, mate. Good to see you again. All right, well. Here is our first airplane. No, it is the second airplane, I think. Am I missing something? Yeah, exactly. Flight radar said that the first airplane should be a 737, or at least the first one to arrive in the vicinity of the runway. Hey there, Paul. Good afternoon. Hope you're well, mate. Good to see you again. So this is KLM flight 1695. It is a Boeing 737-900 going to Lisbon in Portugal. It is a Boeing 737-900 and it is a 21-year-old airplane. First flight in August of 2001. You can still see the arrows on the wing next to the fuselage for the emergency exit. How to vacate the airplane if it is ever necessary. Hey there, Sander, goedemiddag. Nice to see you again. Hope you're well, mate. No time to waste. We have an Embraer 175 underway to Nuremberg. KLM flight 1885. Good afternoon, Kuni. Good afternoon, Revotics. Hey there, Martin. Checking in from a shovel. As long as you make sure you don't crash into anything. Safety first, huh? So this is KLM flight 1075 outbound to Manchester. Embraer 190, 7 years old. First flight November 2015. Hey Jerry, good afternoon. Well, good afternoon for us, good morning for you. Hope you're doing alright there, Jerry. Indeed, Martin. Always two hands on the steering wheel. Next up is going to be an Embraer 190 KLM flight 959 outbound to Newcastle. She's 9 years old. First flight October 2013. And we can see that the triple is lined up behind it. Header photo for you. No, it is quite quiet at the moment. You can definitely tell that the holiday, the May vacation is over. Hey there Frank. Good afternoon. Matthijs, goedemiddag. Hope everybody is doing well. Hope you guys are enjoying as much sunshine as we do over here right now. I'm glad that there is a little bit of wind, otherwise it would have actually been quite warm. But I'm not complaining, this is lovely weather. Feels like summer. Hey there JWB, good afternoon. Indeed, it is quite warm at the moment. Next up, 777 to Sao Paulo. KLM flight 791. 777-300 ER, 2 years old, first flight December 2020. What a sound. Excellent, excellent. And JWB, the go around, the touch and go around of the EasyJet was yesterday evening, yesterday late afternoon. So yesterday's live stream is where you can find the full sequence. Next up, KLM flight 603, Dreamliner 10, outbound to LAX. 3 years old airplane, first flight October 2019. Definitely quieter than the preceding 777. It's still a very lovely sound nonetheless. Also beautiful to see the flex in the wings. Ooh. Next one is already spooling up. No time to linger. So this would be Emirates Sky Cargo outbound to Dubai. 777 freighter, 10 years old, first flight December 2012. And she's light, look at that, already airborne. Well, it can be because it's barely loaded with fuel. It has to fly 6.5 hours back to Dubai, so it must be a relatively empty airplane. Hey there, Lieve and El Mustafa, good afternoon. Hope you guys are all doing well. Welcome to all other viewers who have in the meantime joined us. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the Polderbaan, currently in use for departures as runway 36 left. It is beautiful summery weather over here. The temperature is 21 degrees centigrade or approximately 72 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind is calm. What wind there is blowing from the northeast. Indeed, helium cargo for the Emirates there. Now we're waiting for the next airplane to come this way. Lined up on the threshold is KLM flight 1129, Boeing 737-800, outbound to Copenhagen. And moving now. This airplane is 15 years old, had its first flight in December 2007. Off to Copenhagen it is. In the meantime, may I welcome Dr. O, who just became a member of the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you so much, Dr. O, for your support and welcome. At the moment, lined up, KLM flight 1741. Outbound to Luxembourg, Embraer 175, 6 years old, first flight September 2016. Hey there Roadhog, goedemiddag. Alles goed jongen? Good to see you. We had a bird photobomb the shot just now. The next airplane will be KLM flight 1807, Embraer 175 outbound to Dresden. Already on the move. If my camera can focus in on it without me having to point the camera to the ground. Come on. I know you can do it. Yeah, there we go. Up, up, and away she is. Now it's getting more busy. There are still a couple of planes ready to go. The first one looks like it's going to be KLM flight 1987, Embraer 190, outbound to Basel. 14 years old, first flight October 2008. More airplanes underway. Lined up right now, KLM flight 1051. It is another Embraer 190, this one going to Bristol. The airplane is 9 years old, had its first flight in February 2014. Hey Thijs, goedemiddag. Alles goed? Nice of you to join us again, hope you're well. Hey Goosey, goedemiddag, good afternoon. I haven't checked the schedule actually. I was quite late with streaming yesterday and it was quite late before I went to bed eventually, so I figured, well, I'm not going to do a morning stream. And since I did arrivals yesterday, I figured today I was going to do departures, so that basically this made me decide to come this way. If there are 747s on the departure list for this afternoon, I don't know, but you would think there would be at least one, normally speaking. Unless all the queens that we saw arrive yesterday have already left this morning, of course. But I have no idea. If anybody knows, do let us know in the chat. I'm actually curious too. Good question. Hey Amy, good afternoon. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Gijsbers, goedemiddag. Good to see you again, my friend. Well, no time to waste. We do have a coot over here. But I think it is the same coot that was sitting on that stone further out earlier. Haven't seen any other ducks or coots or grebes for that matter. Alright, so this is an Airbus A330. It is a 330-200 KLM flight 459 outbound to Kuwait City, and it is a 16-year-old airplane that had its first flight in July 2006. Suparna going out. Excellent. So we'll get to see that at least, hopefully, if it doesn't take off from center. That is, of course, always the question. The slowest retracting landing gear in the game, I think. Don't know any other airplane types that retract their landing gear slower than the 330s do. Yeah, Sander, maybe it is closed now, but my guess is that it's going to reopen again later this afternoon. So it all depends on the timing of the departure of the Suparna and what runways are open by then. Salut Jean-Yves. Comment ça va? It is beautiful weather over here, as you can see. The sun is out. A few friendly clouds, but otherwise lovely weather. 21 degrees centigrade. Looks like an A321. Aegean Airlines A321 Neo, in fact, outbound to Athens. This airplane is 1 year old and had its first flight in July 2021. And in the meantime, I saw that Matthijs was so kind to send a 100 underline twice super sticker. Thank you so much, Matthijs. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey Kathleen, good afternoon. Nice of you to join us again. Long time no see. How have you been? Alright, that looks like an A350, ladies and gentlemen. Delta Airlines, flight 75, A350-900, outbound to Atlanta, Georgia. 4 years old, first flight February 2019. Beautiful. Flying in the shade of the high clouds above it. Hey there, Eddie. Hey there, Maarten and Peter P. Good afternoon to you all. Welcome to the stream. I see that there are two coots now. One, well, hidden by the grass, and the other one swimming on the other side of the water. Alright then. Hey Kampask, Michael Nobus, good afternoon. Almost missed your arrival, guys, sorry. Next up, Austrian Airlines to Vienna, A320. It is a 14-year-old airplane, first flight in May 2008. And indeed, Kathleen, not an early one today. Was out late yesterday, so I figured better stay in the same rhythm. Oh no, not out late partying. Did a stream until 8 p.m. yesterday, so by the time I got home, had dinner, did the stuff I normally do after a stream, such as updating the thumbnails, etc. It was already almost midnight. And then I felt like I still wanted to unwind a little bit, so then it's already well past midnight before you go to bed eventually. Alright, so next up, Transavia outbound to Ibiza. 737-800, 20 years old, first flight June 2002, this one. Taking its time for takeoff. Hey there Elske, goedemiddag, alles goed? Nice of you to join us once again. Yeah, Ronald, the grey box is a laptop tent, so it holds my ATEM Mini, it holds my laptop, it holds my wireless router. Protects it from the sun as well as from rain. Next up, Boeing 737 KLM outbound to Athens. All right, Michael, it's been a pleasure for the duration that you could join us. We'll see you later, undoubtedly. Have a nice day, man. Take care. Now let me take a quick sip of water. It is really hot. Very easy to get dehydrated. Next up, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner. Outbound to Austin, Texas. She's 4 years old, first flight. Was in August 2018. And Gijsbers asks, until when am I going to stay streaming for? My intention, if there are no unforeseen rain showers forming in the afternoon, is to stick around until 5 or so p.m. And another heavy taking off in the distance, and another one is following. This is a 777-300ER outbound to Panama City. The airplane is 8 years old, had its first flight in February 2015. Okay, enjoy the meeting, Gijsbers. Alrighty then, let's have a look. More to the right, there we go. Another 777-200 outbound to Rio de Janeiro. This airplane, 19 years old, had its first flight in January 2004, KLM flight 705. Listen to that growl. Hey there Petros, good afternoon, nice of you to join us. What's the weather like in Athens at the moment? At the moment over here it is 21 degrees centigrade or approximately 72 degrees Fahrenheit. For those of you joining us just now, you're watching AMS Live. We're standing next to the Polderbaan, currently in use for departures as runway 36 left. The sun is out, it is beautiful weather, there is little wind. What wind there is blowing from the north-northeast. And it's even a bit warmer over here than apparently it is over at Frank in Midden-Limburg. Interesting, normally land inward it is warmer a few degrees than in the vicinity of the coast. Coming this way, KLM flight 1781, E2 Embraer 195 outbound to Hamburg. 1-year-old airplane, first flight March 2022. "22 degrees C in Athens," Petros is saying, so about the same temperature as it is over here today. Probably the exception to the rule. Alright, next up. Oh, and in Hanover it's even warmer, Dr. O says, 25 degrees centigrade. Lined up, KLM flight 1017, Boeing 737-800 outbound to London Heathrow. She's 12 years old. First flight was in May 2011. In the background, another Transavia 737 moving in to take off next. You can probably hear some frogs over in the distance. Now I can do a lot of things, but I cannot show them. They're usually very well hidden, but you can definitely hear them. So next up is going to be a baby 737, the 700, one of the few that Transavia operates. Most of the fleet is 800s and a few 900s. This 700 is going to Pisa in Italia. Transavia flight 5423. The airplane is 20 years old, had its first flight in March 2003. And indeed, loud frogs, Kathleen. But you have to consider that you have to also take into consideration that the wind is blowing this way, and they were further upwind, so to speak. So it might also be the wind that carried the sound a bit further. But they were definitely noisy. Okay, photo for you is warning that Buiradar is saying that there might be a rain shower around 2 o'clock, so that is in 15 minutes near Schiphol. Well, even though it is a bit shady now. It's not because of some thundercloud that we're in the shade at the moment. If I show you guys the big picture, it does still seem very much like it's going to stay dry. But thanks for the heads up photo for you. We'll definitely also keep an eye out for the clouds around me. And it seems so far we're still good for the time being. Hopefully we stay good, because I didn't bring any rain covers or something with me. I do always carry some garbage bags with me just in case I need to cover electronics. Chocolate cake. You're right, Livia, it does almost sound like the frogs are cheering the airplanes when they take off. And you're welcome, Cathay Spotter. You're welcome. Alright, we're waiting for the next airplane. You can see it in the distance. It is an A330, and two airplanes that fly to the same destination consecutively, both going to Oranjestad, Aruba. First is an A330-200 from KLM, and after that a TUI Dreamliner. Right, let me take this moment to rehydrate on a bit of coffee and also on a bit of water. Alrighty. Coming up, KLM flight 765, the countdown number, A330-200, outbound to Oranjestad. The airplane 17 years old, had its first flight in August 2005. And buon appetit, Donna! Hope you guys can still hear what I'm saying and that the mic didn't get blown away by the noise of the A330. Nor your speakers, nor your hearing. And good day to Zota1, who has also joined us. In the meantime, a warm welcome to each and every one of you who has joined us just now. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 36 left, currently in use for departures. Next up will be a Dreamliner from TUI, flight 381, outbound to Oranjestad as well. 7878 Dreamliner, 8 years old. First flight November 2014. Now, if you're new to the channel but you're liking what you're seeing so far, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. It allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future you get notified. And if you have the time for it and if not feeling like it, can join us for more live streaming action over here at Schiphol Airport. I do go out several times a week. Alright, and the gear is also retracting. Took a minute. Hey Steve J, good afternoon, good to see you again. Now coming up, one of the planes with the most hideous liveries there is. It is Vueling, going to Barcelona. Ugh. A320, 11 years old, first flight September 2011. Vueling flight 8303. Hey Bisnovat, good afternoon, goedemiddag. Alles lekker, kak de la? And Vueling is taking its time, but she's going. Alright, here we go. So ugly. Ugh. Well, good riddance to that ugly plane. Hopefully we'll get prettier airplanes soon. It is getting a bit more cloudy over here, I have to say, but actually it's nothing to be concerned about just yet. It is still friendly clouds that we are having over here. So this is to the north. This is to the northeast. Ah, the wind seems to have changed a little bit. Looking now at the smoke of the chimney, it has increased a little bit and it seems to be blowing to the right, so northerly wind, which means that we would have to keep the sky in that part of the sky, the clouds in that part of the sky, we have to keep a close eye on. Although if I am looking up, I would think that maybe the wind at the level of the clouds is coming from that direction. Well, that still looks okay. So I think for the time being we are good still. Definitely something to keep in mind. Alright, so lining up in the distance. And coming this way, KLM flight 1039, Boeing 737-800, outbound to Malaga in España. The airplane is 4 years old, had its first flight in March 2019. Okay, Dr. O, it's been a pleasure to have you on the stream once again. And thank you for becoming a member. Hope to see you again during one of the next upcoming streams. Take care and see you soon, mate. Hey there, Aphrodite Strong Oak. Good afternoon, goedemiddag. Interesting name there. Aphrodite. That is Greek sounding. Indeed, a bit more wind, getting cooler. Well, definitely something we can use over here. It was becoming a bit warm without the wind. And indeed, LWDev Gaming already mentions another BA City Flyer Embraer 190 outbound to London City is coming this way. Is it going to go to the runway threshold? Looks like it. So BA flight 8460 to London City. The airplane we are soon going to see close by. She's 8 years old, first flight July 2014. And LWDev Gaming also says that there will be a 777 freighter from Shanghai and an A350 by Qatar. That is good news. Are they already coming this way? Let me also have a quick look on flight radar then. Oh, there's also a TUI Dreamliner outbound to Kos. Is taxiing this way. The A350 is also getting close by. Very nice, very nice, very nice. Hey, morning Bobby. How's life over there in Florida? What's the temperature like over there right now? Still early morning there, of course, so probably nice and cool. Over here we're in the 20s centigrade, so in the 70s, low 70s Fahrenheit. With just a little bit of wind from the north-northeast. I wish I could show you guys what I am seeing when I'm following the airplanes in this direction. As it passes me by, I see its reflection in the water in the periphery of my field just below the camera of my the screen of my camera that I'm looking at. So I basically see its mirror image below it. But then you would need a meta camera that shows you what I am seeing. Maybe something for later, if this channel ever grows a bit bigger. Now let's focus in on the taxiway to the Polderbaan so that we can see the airplanes arrive. They are still along the center runway, so they need to cross the runway first, and then pretty soon after they will become visible just left of center, coming this way. And H-Man also says that Suparna Airlines 747 is underway. Excellent. And indeed it looks like the A350 to Guangzhou will probably be the next one to take off. also two Embraers that are taxiing on the left side of the runway, the center runway, going up, taking the detour, and as we speak the A350 has just crossed runway center. Yeah, 6 hours time difference with the East Coast, Bobby. Still early. That's a good question, Frank. I do believe I've seen Vietnam Airlines in the past, but I am unsure if they are still flying to Amsterdam. To be honest, I haven't seen them in ages, so I'm inclined to think that they aren't flying to Amsterdam anymore at the moment. Okay, and the Dreamliner to Kos is departing from center. Let me try again to see if I can capture the airplane. Ah, wait, I saw it. There we go. Anyway, let's have a look at the arrival on site of the A350 in a moment. Oh, it's at the moment it is behind the tower, so it will become visible soon thereafter. And thank you so much ALV Dog for your nice super sticker. Paw up, Shiba Dog raising an arm to greet someone asking how's it going. I'm doing really well, mate. Hope you're doing fine too. Good to see you again. So were you still around for the touch and go around yesterday, ALV Dog? Or did you miss that? And Marius is studying for his ATPO exams. And meanwhile, looking at this and live ATC in the background. Excellent. Well, particularly if you have to learn radio communications, then a live ATC is of course a treasure trove with real life practice. I'm not sure if a sunset shoot is, and I don't know if my camera is up to that photo for you. It becomes very difficult to focus on things after twilight. In the transition between twilight and real darkness, the camera focus starts to get really iffy. So we have an Embraer 175 creeping ahead, flight 1519, outbound to Norwich. The airplane is 5 years old, first flight January 2018. Ooh. "747 on final but different runway," H-Man says. So not going to 06 then. Anyway, this is China Southern Airlines flight 308 Airbus A350-900 outbound to Guangzhou. The airplane is 2 years old, had its first flight in March 2021. Hey there Jorn, goedemiddag. Alles goed? That is the second A350 of the stream, I think, if I counted correctly. So 2 A350s, but still 0 queens. Is there a queen coming soon? What was the ETA of the Suparna again? 20 minutes or so from now? Hey, good afternoon, Daniel. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. And center is open, that is definitely a fact. Looking around me, the clouds still look friendly. They increase a bit in number, but so far there doesn't seem to be an immediate threat of rain shower formation. Hey there, Jan Kees, goedemiddag. So far the weather has been fantastic, exactly. Lined up and coming this way soon is KLM flight 1755. It is the Embraer 175 going to Bremen in Germany. It is a 5-year-old airplane that had its first flight in October 2017. And she's on the move. Alright, Suparna 747 in about 10 minutes or so. On what runway is the landing 747 going to land? Is it 27 or 06? Next up, A320neo EasyJet outbound to Edinburgh. Climbing quite steeply. (747) Kaagbaan, okay. Well, how far out is it? As there is no traffic immediately in the vicinity over here, let me also put inbound filter on. Alright, now flying by the Kaag, so still a couple of minutes out then. And in the meantime, oh, I thought there was also a 747 outbound. Am I misunderstanding? Was it just the inbound? Okay, that's a shame. Okay, so no 747s outbound, just one inbound at the moment for Kaagbaan. Okay, well, I was asking earlier about 747 departures, because obviously we see those better than the arrivals. Well, we're still waiting for the next airplanes to come this way, so I'll keep an eye out if I see the 747 in the distance for 7406. We should be able to see its silhouette, although I don't think we'll see a lot of details. But at least I can try to show you what we can from over here. In the meantime, I can see that there are a couple of airplanes approaching to take off from the polderbaan. Also, oh, it focuses on the foreground. Let me try to press the subject so that the camera, well, it should focus on the duck now. Okay, it did a little. Indeed. Oh, I think, well, there goes my coffee. 747, only barely visible. And this is the next airplane. A320neo outbound to Glasgow. Going to the runway threshold. There we go. Coffee is still okay. Thanks for asking, Aphrodite. Just finished it. Very important to stay properly hydrated. Although some people say that coffee is dehydrating. Lining up EasyJet A320neo outbound to Glasgow. 3 years old. First flight July 2019. Okay, now Fredita, when is that 747 outbound to Jeddah going to take off? When is its departure time? Hopefully by then 36 Center will be closed, otherwise, given the fact that Jeddah lies to the east, there's a high likelihood that we are not going to see it from up close then. And here would be our next departing airplane, Aer Lingus, going to Dublin. Flight 605, A320, 14 years old. First flight December 2008. Now let's have a look. Okay, so there is a 747 inbound for 06 arriving from Jeddah. Aaron says that the Beluga is flying over Flevoland. Okay, don't see them every day. Probably high up, cruising altitude. So we do have a couple of coots over here. Oh, one really up close. Yeah. You heard me saying that. All right, now let's have a look. The next airplane is still underway, A319 EasyJet outbound to Manchester. There's also a TUI Dreamliner that is going to Montego Bay, but it is taxiing to the south, so not sure if we are going to see it. Hola Miguel, checking in from Barcelona. How are you? Now, as we are waiting for the A319, let's see where is that 747 that is arriving. Oh, it's in the vicinity of Leiden, so that's still 5 minutes out or so. All right. We should be able to see it in a few minutes. The A319 is already coming closer. We'll have to see if it's going to taxi to the runway threshold or take off from the first entrance. That is not the runway threshold. Meanwhile, there's an A320 taking off from center. Hey there, Dave Smith. Good morning. Nice of you to join us again. Hope you're doing well. All right, time to turn around the camera. By the way, this is now what it looks like in the north, but if you look to the west or northwest, and I think that it feels like the wind is coming a little bit from that direction at the moment. Definitely no precipitation in the vicinity. Alright, now it was said that the 747 was on final. Let's see, where is it? Oh yeah, it should become visible any moment now. There we go. Yeah, so this is what we can see from arriving traffic on 06. Not extremely much, but it is something. You can definitely tell it's a 747. Is there an opening? No, I don't think. Oh, maybe here. Yeah. This is where you're probably going to see it again. Just about. And this is where it vanishes. All right. Time to have a look at what is going on closer by. We're still waiting for the next traffic to arrive, and it does seem that that is going to be a Dreamliner from TUI outbound to Montego Bay. It just took the detour. Thank you for your kind words, Amy. As I was reading your comment, I was also looking to see if maybe I could see coots or ducks or anything, but unfortunately, I can show you guys. It is, well, the wind is picking up, you can tell by the ripples in the water. But otherwise, birds are hiding really well. There are a couple out there. Also one further out, but they are all very far away. This is already zoomed in the most I can with optical zoom. Zooming in further with digital zoom only deteriorates the image quality, so I will refrain from doing that. If they come closer by and if there is a lull in air traffic, I will definitely show you guys some more. Let's see where that Dreamliner is at. I think it is still over there. Yep, there she is. Slowly but surely coming this way. Now there's also a Norwegian 737 coming this way in the Helmer Hansen livery. Now I don't know what that looks like, but I'm pretty sure the man on the tail of that airplane is likely going to be grumpy. Alright, let's have a look. Let me just filter on outbound traffic and also have a look at what is going on the main platform area. As the Dreamliner hides behind the fire station building, you can still see its tail like a shark fin above the water level line. I heard a little coot, but you guys can see the field out over here has been quite overgrown. Now they did mow the first meter or so, but they didn't do the rest. Now I have been standing here for several times already, so the grass that I am standing in is already trampled by myself, but as you guys can see over here, it is quite overgrown. Yeah, this is the dedicated fire station of Polderbound, Dave. In the morning we often see them doing their patrol round around the Polderbound runway. 3 of those big 8-wheeled vehicles. Here we have the dedicated control tower, the ATC control tower. Polderbound furthest removed from the main platform area, so it has its own dedicated control tower. Let me enable digital zoom while the Dreamliner is still taxiing to the runway threshold and see how the air traffic controllers are doing inside. You can definitely spy on them, even though heat waves and some shakiness from the wind makes it a little bit wobbly, but you can definitely tell there's a man or a woman standing, walking around left of center. Maybe if we, well, this is the most I can zoom in. Now the image is really distorted. Let's also quickly go back to the Dreamliner that is now spooling up. So TUI flight 511, Boeing 7878, outbound to Montego Bay. 8 years old. And meanwhile there's a parallel departure of a 777 taking place from center. Was that a Dreamliner as well? I think it was a Dream. It is also a Dreamliner. It is a Dreamliner. Look at the curvature of that wing. No way that that is a triple. Alrighty, Norwegian. Grumpy man on the tail, more than likely. Going to Oslo with Helmer Hansen on the back. 737-800. 11 years old, first flight September 2011. And Aaron says that there is an Emirates 777 coming my way, so hooray for that. We could do with another heavy departure over here. Meanwhile, the sun is starting to shine again. Excellent weather. Now if you just joined us, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy, this is the Polderbaan runway 36 left. One of the two runways in use for departures at the moment. Wind is blowing from the north-northeast. Temperature is in the low 20s centigrade or in the low to mid 70s Fahrenheit. There are a few clouds over here, but this is to the east. And this is to the north. This is to the west. Oh. And this is to the south. We're waiting for the next airplane to come this way. The first airplane to arrive is going to be an Embraer 190. And that is still... there we go. Embraer 190 going to Copenhagen, flight 1131. It is a 13-year-old airplane that had its first flight in March 2010. And good afternoon, Stephen. How's life in Ribble Valley? Are you guys enjoying the same sun that we are having over here in the Netherlands? Now the Embraer is going to the runway threshold. More airplanes are coming this way. In the meantime, Josegi also tuning in again. Good to see you again. And Steven says it's great over there in Ribble Valley too. Hopefully Europe will see some more summery weather. We've had a lot of iffy weather over the last couple of weeks. Italy also has had some poor weather not too long ago. Hopefully we'll have seen the last of it. And hopefully this is the prelude to a great summer and a long sunny season. Now, after this Embraer 190 to Copenhagen, we are going to see more airplanes. And the first one after this Embraer is going to be a 777 by the looks of it. Emirates coming this way. Now at the moment, I can definitely tell you that my weather over here is coming from that direction. You can see that the blue sky is taking over. Wind seems to be coming from this direction now, or here. And you can see that the clouds are now lying to the east and southeast of me. So we are good over here. And Kathleen, I think you're right. By the time the Emirates will be at the threshold, the Embraer will have already taken off probably. But if anybody disagrees, place your bets. We still have a few minutes. Here is the 777 coming this way. In the meantime, another departure from center. Let's see. There we go. It looks like Top Air Portugal. Ooh, I think we have our first grebe of the day. Sneaky bastard didn't say a thing. Kept his beak shut. Thought he would get away with it. But I have the all-seeing eye and spotted him nonetheless. Look at him. Acting casual. But we know better. Now there aren't any birds further out as far as I can see. This grebe seems to be on its own. I can see that the coot has taken place again on that stone elevation. Doing a bit of washing. Also stuff you need to keep up. Alright, now let's have a look. Both the Embraer and the triple have arrived on the scene over here. Now let's see what the Embraer is going to do vis-a-vis the triple. We can already see that the Embraer is going to the entrance, so now also coming behind these two airplanes is Icelandair Boeing 767-300ER. Also nice to see that one once again. And the Embraer is looking to do exactly what we thought it's going to do. It was going to do. Take off before the triple. Now this is KLM flight 1325 Embraer 190 outbound to Ålesund. The airplane is 13 years old and had its first flight in September 2009. Now I'm noticing that there is the same sticker on the fuselage just behind the KLM logo. Is this the same Embraer that didn't take off over the weekend and had to go back to the gate? Is this the same registration? What was the registration of the other one? EZG or something? I did put it in the title of the stream. I think it was Saturday that it happened. Anyway, no time to waste. This triple is probably going to take off without much delay. Emirates Sky Cargo 777 freighter outbound to Columbus. Is that Columbus, Ohio? The airplane is 8 years old, first flight July 2014. Ah, and it is the same aircraft. Thank you for that update, Donna. Notice the detail. I was wondering if there are more Embraers that have that marking or if it's just one. Ooh. If only all airplanes could make that sound. Okay, Yorkshire also confirming that it was the same registration that aborted. What was it? Saturday? I think it was Saturday. Has anybody ever found out what was the reason why they had to go back to the gate? Anyway, next up, Icelandair Flight 501, Boeing 767-300ER, going back to Reykjavik. This airplane, 22 years old, had its first flight in August of the year 2000. So we have another millennial over here. If you just tuned in, welcome to AMS Live. You're watching departures from the Polderbaan, runway 36 left, one of the two runways in use for departures. My name is Boy and we are watching Icelandair Boeing 767 to Reykjavik. Magnificent airplane, magnificent sound, beautiful livery. Better than the new one, I think. I think most people think like that. 3 more planes forming a posse over there in the distance. One of them is already lined up, ready to go. After the wake turbulence has dissipated, it will get the green light. Looking at the big engines, it is an E2 Embraer 195 and flight radar is confirming that. KLM flight 1181, outbound to Linköping. The airplane is relatively new, 1 year old, still a baby actually. First flight was in October 2021. You're welcome, Aphrodite. Happy to do it. Now, if you're liking what you're seeing, folks, and you haven't done so already, consider subscribing to the channel. It really helps me to reach more people like you and me who are also into content like this. Plus, it also allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live in the future, you get a heads up. And if you have the time for it and are feeling like it, you can join us for more live streaming action over here at the ever-bustling Schiphol Airport. Now, I'm thinking that the wake turbulence of the 767 will have dissipated by now. Oh, I see the lights go on. And she's moving. Let me take in my position then. And there's a Ryanair 737 that is going to the runway threshold behind it. And what is that? KLM 737. Now they're not GE90s, but they sure have a pretty sound. Hey there, Caroline. And hey there, Vedant Ganjar. If I say that somewhat properly, good to see you all. Welcome to the stream. How's life in the UK, Caroline? Next up, Ryanair 737 outbound to Dublin, an 800, 18 years old, first flight March 2005. Now, we probably won't have a lot of time to linger on this departure because there is a KLM 737 already lined up. Oh, and the wind is picking up a little bit. She's rolling. KLM flight 1109, Boeing 737-800, outbound to Stockholm. This airplane, 17 years old, had its first flight in April of 2006. And also sunny over where Caroline is at the moment. Hope you can enjoy it, Caroline. Alright then, let's have a look. Seems that there is a 737 taking off to Venice from center, as next traffic is still taxiing to the Polderaan. What small car park are you talking about, Donna? If you're referring to the parking lot that on Google Maps says Spottersplaats Polderbaan, then yes. That parking space, that parking lot is behind these trees. And if you look on Google Maps, to the north there is a cycling path, and that is over here. It begins here and basically goes all the way parallel to the runway to the north. And I'm standing in the grass over here next to the cycling path that lies west of Polderbaan. Hey Maureen, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Liked and subscribed, well thank you so much. All other viewers who have joined us in the meantime, if you're new to the channel, don't be afraid to interact with the people over here. If you have a question, shoot. If you just want to say hi, that's also fine. Friendly folk over here, so don't be afraid to interact with the people in the chat. We are expecting 2 airplanes in a moment. The first one is already showing itself. It is an Embraer 190 outbound to Trondheim, and soon thereafter we will see an A330 from Delta Airlines going to Seattle, and there is a whole slew of heavies. Oh no, not heavies. One Dreamliner to Mexico, 2 737s, Embraer 195, 777. Another Dreamliner to Houston. Oh, it looks like it's going to get a bit more busy, folks. Definitely don't go anywhere if you are looking to see some more heavies. We will see a couple of them in the next 30 minutes. Let me prepare by rehydrating a little, because I am expecting to be a bit more busy in the next couple of minutes. Now the Embraer has lined up. In the meantime, one of the bird controllers is also showing itself in the Ranger pickup truck K4. And the Embraer ready to go. Hey, hallo Maher. Goedemiddag, good afternoon. Alles goed? Hope you're doing well. Now folks, if you value your hearing, you might want to lower the volume or put in some earplugs. We have an A330 coming this way in a moment. Delta Airlines flight 145 A330-300 outbound to Seattle. A 19-year-old airplane that had its first flight in February 2004. The wind is definitely picking up. If you're not hearing it, then you will probably see it because the footage becomes a bit more shaky. That is the wind constantly trying to push the camera in a different direction than what I am pushing it in. Hey there, Damien, who lives in Melbourne. Good evening. How are you, mate? Oh. 777-200 departing from center. Too good to miss. Hey there, Peppy. Servus. Wie geht's? So the triple took off. Let's see what's in the pipeline for us over here at the Polderon. We have a Dreamliner 7879 to Mexico City that is lining up at the runway threshold, but we can also see that there is a 737-800 to Stockholm that is going to go first. This is KLM flight 1115, Boeing 737-800, as I said, to Stockholm. She's 22 years old, first flight June 2000. And indeed, Peppy, it is a good day for streaming. Absolutely, beautiful day. Hey there, Will McT, checking in from Dubai. Good day to you, sir. Hope you're enjoying. Hey Anja, goedemiddag. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Now, big picture wise, the clouds seem to move to the east, land inward, so to the right. This is looking to the north. Over to the west, all clear. Now if you look to the east, land inward, more clouds. Two coots over here in the water, but there's also a Dreamliner lined up and ready to go, so have to prioritize the metal or composite, in this case birds, over the flesh and bone birds. This is KLM flight 685, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner going to Mexico City. The airplane is 7 years old, had its first flight in March 2016. Hey there, EDGLDG1, who says hello from Ghent in Belgium. Good day to you too. That's a difficult name to pronounce. Cloudy over there in Ghent. An ALV dog asks, what thermos do I use? Let me see if I can show you. I have one of these thingies with a clicking button. Carries about half a liter or so. So, coming next, KLM flight 1147. Another flight to Oslo, Boeing 737-800. This airplane, 15 years old, had its first flight in February 2008. And after that we are going to see another Dreamliner, 7879 Dreamliner to Houston, Texas. Hey there, Spoon, Winnipeg. 8 AM in Winnipeg. Well, you know what they say, the early bird catches the worm. This one is for all the early birds over in the United States and Canada. Oh, and it is a very decent thermos ALV dog. Definitely can keep things cool, can keep things warm. Double wall, so isolates really well. And when the lid is shut and you also have the button shut, then there's no room for new air to come in, which basically is energy going away from the liquid, so it stays warm really long. Actually, it does cool over the hours. I did take a sip of coffee after a couple of hours of streaming, forgot that I still had it, and then it was lukewarm, so I basically threw it away. But definitely able to keep things warm or cool for a significant amount of time. And Tiri Liri is checking in from Bremen in Germany, where it is 26 degrees centigrade, so that is going to 100 degrees, 90 degrees? No, wait, 30 and 50, 80 degrees centigrade, Fahrenheit, and a few raindrops. And it's Doodleman123 asks, how long will I be live for? Well, weather permitting, and by the looks of it, we won't be having any trouble with the weather. I intend to stick around until 5 PM local time, so 2 more hours approximately. After that, I will wrap it up and pack it in. Okay, so the 737 is on the go. Always nice to have a backdrop of clouds and not pure blue sky, so that you can see the motion better. No time to follow it for a very long time, because a Dreamliner is lining up on the runway threshold and it will not have to wait long for the clearance of this airplane that just took off to dissipate. And in the meantime, I saw that Kathleen was so kind to gift 10 AMS live memberships. Well, first of all, Kathleen, thank you so much for your kind gesture once again. It is really above and beyond. Thank you so much. And all new members of the Aurora Sky Lounge, welcome. So this is KLM flight 651. It is a Boeing 7879 Dreamliner outbound to Houston, Texas. The airplane is 6 years old, had its first flight in August 2016. What's nice about the KLM livery is that the wings are white or whitish, so that the curvature of the wing flex even stands out more than would otherwise be the case. Hey there, Joop. Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Let's see. We have another Embraer 190 from BA City Flyer lining up in the distance. Embraer 190 outbound to London City, BA flight 8454. The airplane is 10 years old. First flight July 2012. And heavies are underway. After this Embraer 190 we'll see an EasyJet A319, and after that two 777-200s, a CRJ 900, an A320neo, one of those hideous Wellings once again. Now, there was an airplane taking off from center just now, so it is apparently still open, unfortunately. Really would have hoped that at some point they would close down center once again, so that all outbound traffic will be coming this way. I think that they went to... well, no, I think they have kept it open all the time. I'm starting to doubt myself. Have we seen a moment during the stream since I've been live during which center has been closed? I think it was parallel departures all throughout the afternoon so far. So you would think that the closure of center was overdue then. Hey there, Paul Turk. Good afternoon. Right, so next up, there we go. EasyJet A319, flight 27843 outbound to Birmingham. This airplane is 14 years old, had its first flight in February 2009. Alright then. First of the two 777-200s is lining up and ready to go. Here we go. United Airlines Flight 969, Boeing 777-200 outbound to San Francisco. She's 23 years old, had its first flight in November 1999. And morning, Christina. You're just in time to see a triple take off. Nice of you to join us. Hope you're doing well. Beautiful. Next up, another 777-200, this time round KLM. Going to New York JFK. KLM flight 645. The airplane 18 years old, first flight November 2004. We have quite a few airplanes that seem to be moving to this runway, so I'm hoping that 36 Center will close for some time so that we can have all the traffic. We want it all traffic. What a wonderful bit of kit. Meanwhile, John Zero says hi from Los Angeles. Good morning, John. How's life over there in LA? We just sent a couple of airplanes your way. Should be arriving in 10 hours or so. Thank you so much, AOV Dog, who wants hit like for more of Boy's evil laughs. We want it all. And who knows, we might be lucky. Does look like a lot of traffic is coming this way. Lined up right now, SAS CRJ 900 going to Copenhagen. Looks like a plain white livery. SAS CityJet flight 548. The CRJ, we'll soon see, is 14 years old. First flight was in January 2009. Hey there, Peter PDK. Good afternoon. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. If you're new to the channel, welcome. This is AMS Live. You're watching departures from the Polderbaan runway 36 right, left, sorry, left. My name is Boy and this is a CRJ 900 to Copenhagen, SAS. is definitely making it a bit harder to follow the airplanes without stuttering. Now wind is picking up a little bit. It is blowing from the north mostly. As you guys can see, there are a few clouds. This is looking to the north. This is the current situation in the west. This is looking towards the sea, the North Sea. This is looking land inward to the east. This is looking to the south, where the runway threshold is also. Hey there, Sadie Poes. Good to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Next up, Vueling. Airbus A320neo going to Malaga. The airplane, 4 years old, had its first flight in March 2019. Pretty sound. Small engines, big sounds. That's how we like it. Now. The coot is still washing and chilling. It is the only bird I can see in the water. There are a few further out, diving under as soon as you point the camera to them. In the meantime, British Airways A320 to London Heathrow coming this way. Also a very sweet tune it plays. Couple of planes are lining up in the distance. One is lined up and the others are queuing, I should say. First up is going to be a KLM Embraer 190 outbound to Florence, flight 1643, and you can see a big bird A330 from Delta going to the runway threshold. The airplane that we are now looking at is 5 years old. Had its first flight in February of 2018, so still a young one. Going back to the other side of the runway, I think they are a bit close by, but there are, I think, two A330s. First one is Delta Airlines Flight 137, Airbus A330-300 outbound to Detroit. This airplane is 16 years old and had its first flight in March 2007. think to yourself, hey, that sounded good, can I hear that again? Don't rewind. Just give me a few minutes and we'll have it yet again. Because ladies and gentlemen, here we have yet another Delta Airlines A330. This one is flight 257 and is going to Boston, Massachusetts. The airplane 16 years old. First flight November 2006. Haha, 747 and stuff asks if he can have a shout out. Shout out to you, my friend. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are enjoying yourself. Hey there, Johan. Also checking in. Where are you from? Frickland sounds kind of Scandinavian. That might be entirely wrong, of course. Thank you for your kind words, 747 and stuff. I do my best. Glad you are enjoying. Indeed, Aphrodite, the sound is tremendous. I'm not very fond of the A330 aesthetically. I think that the part of the fuselage where the undercarriage goes into looks like a hanging belly, as if it is pregnant or something. So aesthetically I'm not very fond of the A330, but the 330s do have great engines and make a great noise when they take off, both on the beginning of the runway as when they are further out and rotating. Now let me see which airplane is going to go first. Because we have one lined up and one waiting for the exit, the entrance. Okay, so the one on the threshold is starting. Let me then look up those details. KLM flight 1931, Boeing 737-700, so it is the baby of the bunch, going to Geneva. Its airplane is 14 years old. First flight was in October 2008. Now if you're new to the channel, welcome to AMS Live. My name is Boy. You're watching departures from the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. The weather is nice. It's expected that it's going to stay dry over here in this part of the Netherlands. Wind is blowing from the north. Temperatures in the 20s, low 20s centigrade. So that is in the low to mid 70s Fahrenheit. I haven't seen a departure on center now for a couple of minutes. I think the last 15 minutes or so. So maybe this is again the only runway in use for departures. Here we have Transavia and the Sunweb special livery. Beautiful. Hey there, Tony. Good afternoon. Good to see you again. And yes, AOV dog, the evil laugh did its thing. Excellent. Excellent. Well, I'm not good at impersonating Mr. Burns. Looks like this is going to be the next airplane to take off. Embraer 190, KLM flight 1459, going to Nantes in France. The airplane 9 years old, first flight January 2014. Don't trip over the tripod leg. Beautiful backdrop of that cloud. Makes for a very pretty picture if you ask me. Now don't think that those are rain clouds. The clouds are still friendly over here. The sky is still blue over there. And yes, there is still a coot over here. Yesterday we saw a cute coot with a cute coot couple. How about that for a tongue breaker? With a little cootling, if you can call it that. Second coot over there. Haven't seen any ducks yet. We saw a grebe. And the coots are overrepresented today over here. Ooh, that is good news, Kathleen. The king is the A388. It is the daily flight of the Emirates A380 back to Dubai. We have one A380 coming a day. It is by Emirates. It is coming from Dubai. It already landed just before I went live. And now it is time for its departure. And let me also have a look. Well, no, I don't. Let me not have a look. Because we can see in practice there haven't been any departures from center. So all traffic outbound seems to be coming this way. Okay, so this is also an interesting flight. This is an Air Transat A321 Neo and it's going to Toronto. So yeah, it's going to cross the ocean. I hope that the seats will be more spacious than on Transavia 737s. Imagine having to sit for 6-7 hours. What's the duration of this flight? 6,000 kilometers. Imagine crossing the ocean in a narrowbody airplane that also is configured like a short-haul narrowbody airplane. We'll have to visit the doctor first to get some anti-thrombosis injections in order for you to survive that. Right, next up, Boeing 767 EuroAtlantic Airways to Lisbon, already airborne. Had to semi-crouch as it passed over me. So high in the sky it was already. So it is definitely not heavily loaded. That we can tell for sure. 767-300 ER, 20 years old. Had its first flight in October 2002. Hey there Peter, goedemiddag, good afternoon, good to see you again. Alrighty then. Next up, Turkish. Flight 1958, Airbus A388-300 back to Istanbul. The airplane, 9 years old. First flight, December 2013. Just checking if there was no other airplane creeping ahead. Hey there Fahad, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Good to see you again, hope you're well. Hey Martijn, goedemiddag. Alles lekker? Nice tune, nice tune. Doing well over here, Martijn. Lovely weather over here in the sun. Little bit of wind, keeps it nice and balanced, not too warm. Unlike the beginning when it was getting a little bit hot. Now with the wind, very well balanced. Next up, Vueling. Flight 8435 A320neo going to Lisbon. The airplane is 4 years old, had its first flight in November 2018. And as Martijn was mentioning, there is an A380 on their way to take off back to Dubai. The daily Emirates A380 Super. I'm looking to the left to see if we can see it already, but I don't yet. Let me have a look on flight radar. Ooh, lot of traffic. Lot of traffic. Okay, Vueling is spooling up. And it varies a lot, AOV dog. Last couple of years, last decade, it has definitely become warmer. With 30s centigrade almost every year for several days. I think the last 20 years we've also seen a great number of heat waves during the summer. A couple years ago we had the first time recording 40 degrees centigrade nationwide. Now, the downside of warmth over here in the Netherlands is that it's always paired with high humidity, so really clammy sort of warmth that you have over here. Yeah, so the A380 is active on flight radar, but still not in the vicinity. But that's okay, there is a lot of traffic coming this way, so we'll definitely be entertained for the meantime. Hey there Rolf, goedemiddag. How's life over there? Wind is picking up, can you tell? Alright, then let me see what I can make of the footage when enabling digital image stabilizer. Also had to resort to using image stabilizer yesterday. I much rather don't do it, but sometimes the image can get very shaky. The downside is it always overcorrects when you do a small up or down movement. So let's see how it pans out. Hey Arjan, goedemiddag. Hey there, Sna112. En Ivo, goedemiddag. Alles goed jongen? Nice to see you again. Well, Sna, it is a publicly accessible spot over here. So if you're ever in the vicinity, you can visit anytime. The upside is that the runway over here, Polderbaan, is also one of the two preferential runways of Schiphol. So that means that it's almost always in use. If not for arrivals, then for departures. See that the vibrations by the wind are not fully mitigated, not fully compensated, but well, let's just see how it goes. Oh, look at that. We have one coot that is doing construction, had a big branch in its beak. Oh, it still has. Are good at hiding from sight. It was carrying a very big branch in its beak as if it was nesting. Maybe we'll see it again later. Right, next up, EasyJet, flight 27937. Airbus A319 outbound to Copenhagen in Denmark. This particular airplane, 14 years old. First flight November 2008. Getting a bit seasick with the image stabilizer on. Let's just turn it off again. Makes for a bit more accurate response. Okay, so what is going on here? 777 to Curaçao, going to the runway threshold. Oh, look at that, already airborne. What is that? Wow. Really had to crouch down to capture this one. That took off like a rocket. Ah, the first duck seems to have arrived. Just touched down. You can see in the water the waves. There were hardly any waves, any ripples in the water when I started out, and at the moment the wind's definitely picking up. Now usually increase in wind precedes rain showers, but there is nothing to be seen over here, for which I'm very glad of, obviously. But well, I did bring along a vest just in case I were to get cold, so I'm still covered. Strong increase in wind over the last few hours is noticeable. Not in the least because the tracking accuracy is becoming less. Right, back to the threshold where a big bird is lining up. It is KLM flight 735, Boeing 777-300 ER, 8 years old. First flight March 2015, outbound to Curaçao, Willemstad. Hey Remco, goedemiddag. Just finished work and now time to do some plane spotting. You did well to choose plane spotting on such a beautiful day. Yeah, ALV dog, if you're not Dutch, then you probably have never heard of Curaçao, one of the so-called ABC islands, Aruba, Bonaire and Curaçao, near the coast of Venezuela. And don't get me started about if they are separate countries or part of the kingdom or part of the Netherlands. It's complicated. Less complicated is identifying what is on the runway threshold in the distance. It is a KLM Airbus A380-300, flight 671, outbound to Montreal. The airplane is 11 years old, had its first flight in February 2012. And Aphrodite, it's not a silly question. Yes, there is something such as the Queen. That is the nickname of the Boeing 747. So we refer to the 747 as a queen, and the nickname for the Emirates, or well, for A380s in general, is the King. Don't ask me why. Okie dokie. So the A380 is getting closer by. Let me zoom in and show you guys. Got a few more airplanes preceding it. Another A330. A320, or at least one of the 320 family members, and a 737. So this 737 is KLM flight 1189, Boeing 737-800, outbound to Bergen. This airplane, 23 years old, had its first flight in June 1999, so it is one of the few millennials we've seen in this stream. Hey there, is it Rachel? Neil? Am I pronouncing your first name correctly? Checking in from Nottingham, welcome to the stream. Hope you are enjoying yourself and hope you're doing well. You guys who have just joined, welcome. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing next to the Polderbaan, runway 36 left. And you're just in time because in a few minutes we are going to see that daily Emirates A380 Super take off, go back to Dubai. We have two planes preceding it. The first one of which is lined up and is from Air France. It is Air France flight 1741, Airbus A319 going to Paris Charles de Gaulle. The airplane is 23 years old and had its first flight in March 2000. Hey Gijsbers, just in time out of the meeting. Perfect timing, my friend. I do like the sound of those Airbuses, those old school Airbuses when they take off. Lovely sound. Now, wind seems to be coming from the northwest at the moment. Initially it was coming from the northeast, but it's varying left and right of the north. This is to the west, all clear blue sky. This is to the north, almost perfectly clear blue sky. The weather is forming land inward. There were said to be there is some chance of rain showers more land inward, but I think over here we are close enough to the sea that we are going to keep it dry here for the upcoming hours. Next up, Delta Airlines Airbus A330 flight 165 to Minneapolis. This airplane, 20 years old, first flight January 2003. Alright, so that's all the time we've got left. Thank you all for joining. Nah, just kidding. So here is the king of the day, the daily flight of Emirates, the A380 flight 148 going back to Dubai. Standard livery this time. The airplane 9 years old, first flight October 2013. And if you guys are enjoying the content so far and you haven't done so already, consider subscribing to the channel. It really helps me to reach more people like you and me who are also into live aviation streams such as these. And it also allows you the chance to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live, you receive notification and can join us for more live streaming action over here at Schiphol Airport. One of the busiest airports in the world. Definitely one of the busiest in Europe. And the housing block on wings. Airborne once again. Going back to Dubai. So this airplane is taking off in northerly direction, which is facing mostly headwind at the moment. It's going to Dubai, which is to the southeast of the Netherlands. So it has to make a right-hand turn in a moment. The standard instrument departures of the Polderbaan, this runway, are almost all consisting of continuing climbing in runway direction, and then when they reach the body of water, the canal that connects the North Sea to the inland lake of Markermeer, and also passing through Amsterdam, Noordzee Canal is what it's called. Once they reach that, they typically brake to the left or to the right. Now this airplane is going to make a right-hand turn in a moment. Probably going to Arnhem or something to leave Dutch airspace into Germany and then further to the east and south. Probably heading to Turkey first and then navigating the Middle East. 6.5 hours of flying time on average. 6,000 or so kilometers. So that is 4,500 miles approximately. Alright, I'm going to turn around the camera back to what is going on the runway, because I see that there is an A220 from Swiss. Here we go. Going to Zurich. Oh. Also beautiful engine sound. Together with the E2 Embraer 195, these are geared turbofan engines. Extra big, extra quiet. A nice whine. And extra fuel efficient as well. This one is going to Zurich, and the airplane is 2 years old, had its first flight in March 2021. Now, I saw a very generous super chat by Dave there. Thank you so much. Back to work for the day. Thanks for another great stream, boy. Everyone be safe. Till next time. Well, Dave, thank you so much for that very generous super chat. Thank you for joining us, and I really hope that you will join us once again in one of the upcoming streams. You be safe too. And we'll meet again during one of the next upcoming streams. Passing me by just now was a KLM 737. I'm going to let it go because further out in the distance we have another big bird. And this big bird is KLM flight 895. It is a Boeing 777-200 going to Shanghai. 777-200ER. She's 17 years old. First flight was in February 2006. And another 777 to Vancouver is behind it. So we'll be hearing two 777s in a row. If you value your hearing, mind the volume. Put in earplugs. If it's still early, be careful that you don't wake up the neighbors. This one is going to be loud. So we're facing a situation where the sun is out, and where the sun is at we have no clouds whatsoever, but we do have more wind than we did during the beginning of the stream. So it makes the footage a bit more shaky than it was in the beginning. If it becomes too shaky, do let me know. I will re-enable digital stabilizer, but I prefer not to do that if I don't have to. Hey there, Serpent and Trish Gamer. Ooh, that is unfortunate, Tim. KLM flight 681 777-300 ER outbound to Vancouver. She's 10 years old, first flight June 2012. Alright then. Next up, another KLM 737-800 going to Munich. KLM flight 1797, 22 years old, first flight December 2000. Jean-Yves says that the engine makes me think I have a washing machine to do. Alright, Aphrodite, if you're still around, you take some rest. See you later. You're welcome. Tours to boot. Glad that I'm back at the Polderbaan. Well, it is a nice location to be streaming from, I have to say, whether it is from over here or more closer to where they arrive from the main platform area. Also nice that they, over here you are surrounded by more nature, while agricultural land is a better word for it, but or a better description. But Kaagbaan is a nice location to be filming arrivals from and also departures, but it is a very industrial setting and it is not as moody. It doesn't have the same atmosphere. Really has an industrial vibe also when you have to walk to that place. One empty road, only trucks driving there. It's not a residential area, clearly. Two Airbus A319s are coming, ladies and gentlemen. The first one is from EasyJet and will be going to London Gatwick. The second one will also be going to London, but to London Heathrow, and is from British Airways. And good afternoon to Carlos Cesar da Silva Pereira. What a beautiful and long name. Or where are you tuning in from, Carlos? Alright then. This would be EasyJet flight 28679, Airbus A319, off to London Gatwick. Airplane is 16 years old, had its first flight in October 2006. Hey René, goedemiddag, good afternoon. Hope you're doing well. Just to show you how high up they are already once they passed over you, particularly these narrow bodies. Alright, lights are already on in the distance. The A319, British Airways flight 439, outbound London Heathrow, will also take off in a moment. This airplane had its first flight in September 2001, the month of 9/11. 21 years old already. And it looks like there is a KLM Embraer 175 outbound to Cork coming next. Ooh, nice. Renee says hi from Niceville, Florida. What a nice name to call a village. Niceville. Good morning, Renee. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to the stream. All other viewers who have joined us in the meantime, if you're new to the channel, do say hi in the chat. If you have a question, don't be afraid to interact with the people over here. It is all friendly folk over here at AMS Live. Also, if you're new to the channel but you're liking what you're seeing so far, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. Not only will you help me tremendously by reaching more people that are also interested in content such as this, it also allows you to turn on notifications so that whenever I go live again, you get notified. And if you are feeling like it and have the time for it, you can join us for more live streaming action over here from Amsterdam Schiphol Airport. So this is KLM flight 1087, Embraer 175 going to Cork, and this airplane is 5 years old, had its first flight in January 2018. Now I still haven't seen any recent departures from center, so I'm guessing this is still the only runway in use for departures, and I think that is good news because looking on flight radar to the main platform area, I can see a few more big birds that have come alive. So if this is the only runway still for departures, it means they will all come this way. Mwahahahaha. Now I'm just realizing that I haven't updated the meter in the ticker, and I am planning on doing that just now because we also have a few moments before the next airplane is lined up and going to take off. The wind is definitely no longer current, And the temperature might also have changed, so let me do just that. Flight radar. Oh. Copy. Close the browser. Edit the ticker. Control V. And presto. Hey Jannes, good afternoon. Also tuning in from Athens. Now, as you guys can see in the ticker, the wind has increased to 11 knots and is now coming from the northwest indeed. 330 degrees. Has picked up a little bit. Temperature currently 22 degrees centigrade, so that is approximately 74 degrees Fahrenheit. Alrighty then. Looking at flight radar, it is empty at the moment. In that the pipeline, the area between the main platform area, between the center runway and this runway is still empty, but if you guys look with me on flight radar, you will see that there is a 777 to Shanghai now crossing the center runway. So it will be appearing along the line of trees that I have focused the camera onto right now. Oh, I think I can even see it even further to the left. Let me put my water bottle in my shorts pocket. Was about to take a sip, but let me see. Yeah, there is the 777 to Shanghai. Slowly but surely coming this way. More traffic in its wake. Let me have a look. Another Airbus A332 to Riyadh is also coming this way. EasyJet A320neo. Sun Express 737-800 is also on the move. But first we will see this 777 China Southern Cargo flight 496 going to Shanghai. 777 freighter. She's 3 years old. Had its first flight in February 2020. Now it's time to go to AMS National Geographic Live. Just look at this beautiful grebe. Oh, it dove under again. It was there really. Damn it. Now I have to wait for it to re-emerge again. Always, they are quite good swimmers underwater. So when you see them dive under at one location, they typically re-emerge 5 or so meters further away. It was closer by just now. And there it goes again. Let me already zoom out because you never know where it's going to re-emerge. But it's not going to be on the same location as where it dove under, I can tell you that. Ah, this time around not too far from where it dove under. Ooh! There was a second grebe here just now. It dove under as soon as I pointed the camera towards it. Looking to see where it is re-emerging. I can hear it. It is... Where is it? It's on this side of the water side, so the grass is in front of it. You could probably hear it make sound just now. Right, if it becomes better visible, I'll point the camera back towards it. Now, the triple is gradually taxiing to the runway threshold. And the A330 is following. Cedillo Chino is watching from the Philippines. Cedillo Chino probably. A Nitro checking in from Rotterdam. And Paul signs off in Leiden. Nice of you to join us once again. Enjoy the rest of your day and tot snel. Alrighty then. The 777 freighter is almost at the runway threshold. So again, China Southern Cargo, flight 496, 777 freighter going to Shanghai. This airplane is 3 years old, had its first flight in February 2020. And I'm counting 4 planes that are coming this way behind this 777. So center still appears to be closed for business, which is great. We still have all outbound traffic coming to the Polderaan. Back on the other side of the runway, we see the A330-200 lining up. KLM flight 425 outbound to Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. The airplane is 17 years old and had its first flight in July 2005. Now I'm counting 2 737-800s behind it. But there's more underway. So at the risk of sounding like a broken record, I was wondering if anybody who is watching and was also witnessing or maybe has read about the Embraer last Saturday from KLM that had to go back to the gate, whatever was the reason for them needing to go back to the gate. Was it a technical thing? Was it somebody getting unwell on board? Has anybody heard or read about it? I'm curious and I still don't know. Lined up right now is EasyJet flight 27962, Airbus A320neo, also in the neo livery, going to Lisbon in Portugal. This airplane, brand new, started its career as an airplane by flying in December 2022. Hear me say 19. Wow. We've been living in the new century and millennium for 23 years now. 22 and a half almost. Alright, the Neo is on the move. So the chat remains quiet. I'm assuming nobody has heard anything about what happened with that KLM Embraer, that it needed to go back to the gate on Saturday. Oh, two ducks just flew by here. Okay, people were doing research, but it came back blank. Well, if somebody hears or reads about it, do let me know. I'm still curious to learn what happened there. Now we did see the same Embraer take off earlier this afternoon, so if it was a technical issue, then they at least have it resolved or seem to have it fixed in the meantime. Now as I was following the Neo, two ducks did fly by, but didn't see them land, or maybe they did. There are a couple of birds, but they are really far out to the north. So in the meantime, that was a Sun Express 737. Oh yeah, do speculate blindly. I'm always in for that. What's your theory? What could it be? Do let me know. Got you, you sneaky. Damn it! It is as if it knows I want to shoot it for the internet. For the people over here. Evasive maneuvers by the grebe over here. Try to get away, huh? But you won't. I will catch you. They are doing it on purpose, Yorkshire. They are. It is a conspiracy. Bird conspiracy over here. Where did it go to again? Edinburgh, I think, or was it Bristol or something? Do they have a lot of unruly passengers on board, do you think, Ronald? Are they hotspots for hooligans or something? Yeah, you see it more often these days, unruly passengers. Don't know why people would misbehave on an airplane though, but yeah, some people apparently do. Right, so we have now the situation that an airplane is lined up. Oh, and it's already on the go. I was about to say that it looks like there might also be one entering closer to us, but that's not going to happen. This is KLM flight 1417, Boeing 737-800 going to Lyon in France. This airplane is 22 years old, had its first flight in September 2000. That would be a valid reason to go back to the gate, Jean-Yves. Absolutely. Coffee machine defect. Mayday, mayday, mayday. Need to get on the ground ASAP. Right, this is an Embraer 190 going to Dublin. It is KLM flight 937. The airplane is 13 years old, had its first flight in June 2009. Coot was having something in its beak, looked like a remnant of a stick, but it seems to have lost it now. Paddling along nicely, you can see how he's swimming, or she. Yeah, I'm talking about you. You're not camera shy, huh? Unlike the stupid grebe. All right. Another 737 coming this way. Corendon Airlines. So yeah, this is the Netherlands. You have blue skies, more or less all out, 20 degrees centigrade, and it's still windy as if it is fall or winter. Now, looking, this is to the southeast, this is more or less to the main platform area. You do see that things are activating over land. Also notice how the smoke, the direction and the flatness of the smoke from the chimney in the Westport area has changed. In the beginning of the stream it was rising vertically, and if it was moving in any direction it was coming towards us. It got a little flatter as time progressed, and now it is basically leaving the chimney horizontally, and also much more to the right than was earlier the case. So the change in wind speed and direction visibly shown in just a few hours time. Interesting development. Here we have Vueling. Ugly plane. Good riddance. Has vacated Dutch soil successfully. Will now be going to Italy, to Florence, to be ugly over there. This A319 was 16 years old and had its first flight in January 2007. Hey Ralph, goedemiddag. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Alright, so we have to wait just a few seconds for the next airplane to line up and take off, which allows me to take a sip of water and stay properly hydrated. Now it's interesting to have a look at the clouds that are forming over there. I think it might be the beginning of rain showers forming. They do have the markings of shower formation beginning. .747 in front of me, 29,000 feet. Well, something is flying in the vicinity of the sun, but that looks like a twin-engined airplane. Not a lot of humidity up in the sky, so I don't see any prolonged contrails that I can easily follow. I do see that the Embraer is moving. Embraer 175. Off to Belfast. The frogs are cheering again, you can hear them probably. I am looking up to see what can be seen. There seems to be air traffic right in front of me, a bit higher up. Really hard to see it. Oh, hey, center has reopened. Triple just took off from center. Well, there's no storm on the radar just yet, Jean-Yves. I'm just saying that these clouds look like they could grow into rain showers. If you look at the way they are formed. These are not friendly clouds, but beginning shower clouds. Unlike the clouds that you see over there that do look like friendly clouds. Alright. I see that there is another airplane coming this way. It looks like a 737. Let me have a look on flight radar. It is a 737 going to Edinburgh. Now there is an A350 from Qatar Airways to Doha that has come alive on flight radar, but if 36 center is open again, then it's probably going to go to center for its departure. That is a shame. Also a 777 from Etihad. Let's see. Still a lot of activity on the platform for outbound, regarding outbound traffic. Let's have a look. So there is an Etihad cargo 777 to Abu Dhabi. Yeah, that's to the east, so it's likely going to go to center. Musk cargo to Dubai, A330-200. Well, Dubai is also to the east, so wondering how many of these airplanes will be going from center or will be coming to us. Transavia to Antalya. Looks like it is lining up on center. Well, will be interesting to see what traffic will be coming this way to take off from left and which ones will be going to center. Yeah, exactly. More evil laughs are needed. We want it all. We don't want to share. We don't want to share the air traffic with center. We want all of it to come to left. Let's see. Indeed, photo for you. Maybe they need to do another 3 months of maintenance on center. It is about time, isn't it? You're absolutely right, AOV dog. Smiling face with horns. That is definitely what is needed right now. We need to somehow make ATC an offer they can't refuse, so that they redirect all traffic outbound to this runway. Right, so let's have a look. There is something approaching in the distance. It is another Embraer 175 going to Gdansk, KLM flight 1921. And Sam, we did see the A380 departure earlier in the stream. No, Qatar going to 36 center. Well, it is much more interesting to see than the one of the many Embraers that are coming this way. So I will focus on the departure of the A350 as soon as it takes to the sky. See that the Etihad 777 is now first, lining up. So I guess we can still follow the departure of this KLM Embraer. Again, Embraer 175 KLM flight 1921 going to Gdansk in Poland. The airplane is 5 years old, had its first flight in July 2017. Oh, and Remco is informing that there is already rain and thunder in Arnhem in the east of the Netherlands. So the rain showers have already formed land inward. Oh, Remco, I almost don't dare to show you the big picture over here. Because it is typical coastal. That is to say, this is to the north. And in my hometown in Lisse, we're even closer to the sea. It is often sunny, and when I look to the east, I often see something like this. Cloud formation land inward. And it is once again the same right now. Although the Schiphol area is also in blue sky. Surrounded in blue sky. Triple is already too hard for me to see. You have to understand that at this time of day the sun is standing behind me, so if I am pointing the camera to the east, the sun is shining on my already not too bright camera screen. But I am going to do my best to pick up the A350. I think we should see it somewhere behind the trees. The question is, where is it going to rotate? Let me just zoom out a little bit. Okay, frame of reference, control tower, center of field. As soon as I see it, I can start following it. I have it. Alright, E2 Embraer 195 taking off from left. Ooh, did I miss your Newcastle flight, Donna? So sorry. I was busy focusing on the A350. Alrighty then. Let's have a look. Seems that we will have to wait a bit for the next airplane to come this way. There is an Embraer 190 going to Aalborg that is coming this way, but it is now taxiing around the southern threshold of 136 center. There is an E2 Embraer 195 taking off from center, so it is going to appear in a moment. Let's focus on that then. Oh, it is already airborne. Ah, that might explain why we don't see any traffic immediately. Maybe they are doing a runway check. This is K1, one of the bird control vehicles. You can just see how long the runway still is by how far this vehicle is still driving straight ahead. You have the approach lights if they land from the north to the south over there. Now the vehicle seems to be returning. And this is already being fully zoomed in, huh, ladies and gentlemen. Now René is informing us that there are two Embraers underway for center. Bird controller will probably be done by then. Another departure from center. Or at least a glimpse of it. We can just about see the traffic coming this way. One of them has already gone. What's the right word? Crossed the corner. The second one is coming. Ah, there we go. Just checking to see what else is going on the platform area. There is a lot of traffic around the threshold of center. It should become visible over here somewhere. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Yeah, 777 to Shanghai. The A330 to Dubai is also going to center. 777 to Accra. Let's see. Embraers at the moment. This one being an Embraer 190. KLM flight 1335. Embraer 190 going to Aalborg. The airplane is 13 years old. Had its first flight in February 2010. Hey Roy, buenos dias. Nice of you to drop by. Are you still in Tenerife celebrating holiday? Hope you're well, mate. Over here it is sunny, 22 degrees centigrade, nice chilly wind. You'd almost think we are in Tenerife as well. Although don't say that too loud, because Remco was mentioning that over in Arnhem it is raining and there is a bit of summery shower weather going on. Next up, another Embraer 175, KLM flight 1209. This one going to Kristiansand, 6 years old, first flight May 2017. ALV Dog is saying we are getting a 777. Great news, mate. Where is it going to? What's its destination? Or is the 777? Is the 777 going to center? Do you mean we are getting a 777 in general taking off, or is it going to this runway? And still on Tenerife, Roy. Enjoy the holiday, mate. Hope you guys are having great weather over there. The weather that Tenerife is renowned for. Okay, so the 777 is going to... Oh, conflicting information. Renee says for 36 left probably. And Daniel says center. Let me have a look myself. Well, it has come around the corner already, so it is coming this way. Well, in that case, I'm curious to see what the other 777 to Accra is going to do, if it's also going to come this way or not. That would be great. Yeah, I thought you did, Renee. I always, I know exactly what you are talking about, because if there's somebody who always keeps confusing L and R, it is me. I have the right runways in my mind, but then it still comes out the other way around from from my mouth. Okay, now before we're going to see 777s, it is another Embraer first that we are going to see take off in a moment. So let me focus in on that. Also a 737-700. But first, KLM flight 1063, Embraer 175, going to Cardiff. This airplane 6 years old, first flight February 2017. Well, it keeps the mind sharp to say it with digits, Renee, but you can say polar bound whenever you like. I try to keep practicing so that hopefully I won't someday won't make the mistakes anymore. Ooh, if you had to take one shot for every Embraer, you would be drunk as F. You would die of alcohol poisoning. Okay, 777 is departing from center, the KLM one. Alrighty. In the meantime, at the threshold we have the 737-700 that is going to Manchester. Hey Wilma, goedemiddag. Alles goed? Nice of you to join us. I'm not going to stay in the air for too long, but I am sticking around at least for the triple to Shanghai. Also looking to see if one of the other heavies might be coming this way, but there doesn't seem to be any immediately after the triple. A330 to Laos, but that is also probably going to depart from center. No, indeed, Renee, no heavies at the moment, other than the 777 to Shanghai. So that is going to be the last plane of the day. I was originally already intending to stick around until 5 PM or so, so the timing is very nice. The triple is going to be the last one. After that, tomorrow, Wednesday, I have other things to do. I also have something of a day job that I need to do on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Weather permitting, and I think the weather forecast for the upcoming 2 weeks is very good for the Netherlands. Sunny, 20 degrees centigrade or so. Looks like calendar confirmed weather is in the stars for us. Weather permitting, I'm looking to go out again on Thursday. Now check this out. Don't tell me that this is not a rain shower forming in the distance. Beautifully lit by the sun from this side. Not something you would want to be in the vicinity of. Hey Danny, yeah, late again. I will timestamp the highlights of today. We haven't seen a lot of specials or anything, but the few noteworthy airplanes I will timestamp, so if you check back tonight you can at least see the highlights without having to go through the entire screen. I am not understanding what your question is, Wilma. Now, looking on flight radar, following this triple is an Embraer 175 and a Transavia 737-800, so nothing to stick around for, no heavies. It is going to be this 777 that is going to be the last plane of the day. It is Air China Cargo, flight 1034, Boeing 777 freighter, 8 years old, first flight August 2014, going to Shanghai. Hey there Fons, goedemiddag. Just in time for the last plane of the day. Let me take this moment to thank each and every one of you who has joined us again this afternoon. I've had a great time over here in the sun and I hope you guys enjoyed it as well. Thanks to all the people who were so generous to donate memberships, donate super chats, super stickers. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. The channel wouldn't be anything without you guys. If you're new to the channel, but you're liking what you have seen so far, consider subscribing if you haven't done so already. And in the meantime, a tractor just passed by, which is what you guys were hearing as well. Now with this blue sky vista, I'm going to say goodbye. Thank you once again all for joining me. I am looking forward to seeing you again during one of the next upcoming streams. As soon as I know what time I'm going to go live, I will let you know, Daniel. Stay in touch, and until later, enjoy the rest of your week, guys. Bye bye.